Hello, hello. Right, we're back again for some more game dev, and maybe some pixel art in a bit. But to start with, we're going to continue on with King of the Ring, looking into, well, improving on our scriptable object stuff that we were doing yesterday. I'm just going to jump straight into it, really. We're going to minimize this a little bit. Put that music in the corner. Yeah, hope everyone's having a good day. Right, so where we got to yesterday, we started looking into these scriptable objects for stats. So movement, speed, and jump strength. We want to replace these with our collection of scriptable objects. That's one thing we want to do. And yeah. So I'm wondering, let me turn my music down, that's quite loud for me. Right, so what I'm wondering if it's worth doing is, it might be worth doing a fixed combination of all the suits and values of the cards. And then use those fixed ones in character. Let's just start with the character controller, because we've got an idea of where we want to go with that. With that one, we want to have a look at our jump state. I'm just going to put the focus mode on as well. Then I'm going to have to think about how it's still going to be implemented properly. I think what we want is the handle gravity stuff to be in here. So all this is doing is saying, if we're in the air, if the player's still if the input is still jumping, then we have less gravity. Basically gives you like a snappier drop after you finish jumping. I think what we want here is a protected void, set gravity. And this is just going to be a float, which is gravity scale. And all we want here is rigid body dot gravity scale equals gravity scale. Now I know we could do that in the controller. Although I do quite like the idea of doing like handling the velocity, the full multiplier and the air brake in here as well. Because those are all like physical things and it makes sense to be part of the rigid body. And this is where we know if our rigid body dot velocity dot y. So we know if we're going up or down here. I think we leave that there because the character controller is the one that knows whether or not we're still jumping. What we could do is leave this here. Right, else do this. And then what we do is when we know that jump is no longer being pressed, we call set gravity scale again, but with the gravity with the air brake on. I think that makes sense to me. Okay. So we've got part of this here handled. So let's also do a protected void jump. So what do we want to happen here? We want to take some of this stuff. This doesn't want to care about whether jump is pressed or not. I think in here, yeah, look, we've got jump started, jump finished. And all that does is, where do we have that? Just set the value of this bool true and false. This is an extra step that we didn't need in the original code. So can we simplify that out? I think we can. So let's bring this back in. And I'm not a massive fan of leaving curly braces out, even if it is only one line. So really what we want to do is a start jump function and protected void stop jump. And then here, instead of this, we're just doing start jump and we're doing stop jump. So then in start jump, we need to do check to see if we're grounded. And that's it. Because jump is pressed, we're being told jump is pressed is here. Then we set is grounded to false. And that's it really for the moment. We're going to do this invoke jump because we want a little delay between the input and the actual jump, so that there's time for the animation to should like the wind up. And then this is private void jump. This doesn't need to be exposed. And this is just going to be our apply force direction will be vector 2 dot up, and the power is our jump power. Right, where do we get jump power from now? We get character stats, not move speed. We have character stats here. So this should be character stats. Dot jump power. Nice. And that's pretty much it. We'll worry about the is jumping ball in a bit. And really, this is jumping and not is grounded. Has to be this state here, right? So we've gone into is grounded. This is where is grounded becomes false, and where is jumping is true. So once we apply this force, actually even before we apply this force, we want to do our set gravity scale. And that needs to be set to not ascending but not actively jumping. So what we were doing before, this bit here is to stop your upward momentum when you let go of jump. And this bit here is to fall faster than you rise. So really, this jump straight away, that's fine. And here, when we do our stop jump, we go, if not is grounded, but if we're in the air, I think we need to check if we're actively jumping. Because we could have been thrown and then we're not grounded. Yeah, so if we're thrown, actually, I guess if we're thrown, character control enabled won't be true, right? Yeah, if we're not picked up and if we're not slamming, so let's just have a quick look here. If we get picked up, character control enabled becomes false. Then we can get thrown. Which doesn't affect anything, right? Character control enabled should still be false, yeah. And then basically if we hit the ground, we're not slamming. Yeah, if we hit the ground, return to idle, land. I think if we hit the ground, we should get character control back, right? This sets state back to idle. What's return to idle? Yeah, set state idle. Okay. So what situation can we land where we're not going back to idle? I think we always get character control back when we land, I think. Why would we have a state where you don't get character control back when you land on the ground? I don't understand where that would apply. I think we just want character control enabled. So if this occurs, we want to set gravity to default gravity scale times by air brake strength. It's going to complain because it doesn't have those just yet, but we will get them in a second. And then we need to do landing. So private void on trigger enter. Collider 2D. Collider. I think we can just see the same thing here. Collider.gameObject.compare tag with ground. So if we collided with the ground, firstly set gravity scale back to default. Yeah, let's do that first, actually. And then it's grounded equals true. Character control enabled equals true. Right, we just need to figure out these two values, which might be just character stats, I think. And we'll just add them to our character stats. We go across to our scriptable object. So we want default, public, float, default gravity scale, public, float, air brake strength. So if we save that, character stats. So let's do modified stats dot default gravity scale equal to base stats dot default gravity scale. Just for the moment, we're just going to pass them straight through. Right, and then in our player controller, in our character controller, it should be okay with that now. What else do we do when we land? Rotate our character to be the right way. That's in case we get thrown. We'll leave that for the moment. Okay, so we should have a jump input now. So if we go back to Unity, let that compile and see what happens. Right, here we go. So base stats. Cool. Character movement. Oh, we don't care about this script anymore. Let's return this to a model behavior. Actually, this is probably just a direct copy now of the model behavior. I think this is a direct copy of this at the moment. Right, that's just built. Okay, so we have a look at our old prefabs and have a look at like the clubs, for example. Where's our, okay, our air brake was 2, our gravity was 3. And our full multiplier was 2.5. So this was 3. That was 2, and then 2.5, I think. Three, 2, 2.5. Where is our full multiplier now? Get rid of that. Don't need that. full multiplier is a protected float here. Which I think we were saying is going to be a character stat, isn't it? Good to have headers here. Let's just get rid of that for the moment. So that'll set that there. Right, now if we go to our character SO, we also have full multiplier, so it's 2.5 normally. Right, let's have a look. Why can we not move? We should still be able to move left and right at least. But we won't be able to jump because we don't have this callback here. So what have we forgotten to do? It was working yesterday. We could move left and right. What have we forgotten? So we're not getting any input at all. Why not? Move plus remove direction. Right, at what point is it not being passed on any further? So let's start just with the actual input. I'm just gonna go get a jumper. It's a little chilly. Be right back. Right, we're back. So, do we get inputs? Yep, we're getting the inputs into the program here. So, it's not here that's happening. This is built off the character controller. The character controller should be doing these functions. Is character control enabled true? That is grounded, doesn't start. So if grounded, why is that stopping us moving left and right though? Maybe our move speed. We left our move speed on like 0. Movement speed 1. 2. What do we have on this current character? Arts and King. Base. Hearts. And King. So yeah, jump power set. And the base we've got all the values set. So the values are set here. I'm wondering if we take our player and lift this up a bit. Oh, because we haven't set this as ground as well. So what do? We look at compare tag ground. So the tag needs to be ground on that. Now when we start, we should drop to the ground, and then that should trigger is grounded. Yeah. No. Let's just have a look here. I think this is being called, so I am going to put here log of our current velocity. We're going to call this move. And then let's put a jump in here. Let's just see if those two work. Why is it so floaty? Right, jump isn't being registered at all. And move is always 0. Move direction. Register, that's not move speed. What's disabling our character control? This doesn't care if it's enabled. It's only in here, right? So on awake it's set to true, and then there's nothing else disabling it. But it looks like it's disabled apparently. True, true. And then we're checking the status of it. It's getting disabled somehow. Yeah, it's disabled. What is going on? How is that disabled? Right, what we're going to do, we're going to ensure it's enabled here. Just double check that this is working. And we're going to do the same thing in jump. Jump isn't even checking if it's enabled. So wait, this isn't happening because it's grounded is False. All right, let's see what happens with these. And then we'll try and figure out why they're not being set. I wonder if there's something different here as well. Right. Okay, now we can move. Right, can we scroll back to the top of this or not? Yes. Yeah, so it was false. But now that we've said it's true, it's fine. Is awake not being called? No, it must be because it's getting the stats from it. Oh, it might be getting the stats here actually. So what's happening when I'm trying to jump? Is grounded is always false. How is that the case? We're literally setting it to true here. Oh, and then we're false here. So why is this not calling? Let's do something like this one. Let's see what's happening here. I'm going to assume it's for some reason awake's not being called, I think. So we restart it. Yeah, look, awake's not being called. Why is that the case? Oh. I wonder if... Let's have a look when awake gets called, because I think what's happened here... How would I phrase this though? Yeah, it's just like when awake is called in Unity. Hey Scooby. I'm going to stick with whatever name you have in chat, by the way. What I'm trying to do, we're like redesigning the character controller, and what I've got this. I'm building up a class based on so like this rigid body class is to do with handling all the physics of the character. Then the character controller is built on top of that, so it's like an extension of that class. And this adds in the functions that enable movement. So, for example, like moving the character left or right. This function allows us to set the velocity of the character. And then in the fixed update, so every frame, it drills down into the base class and does the set velocity method here. Which I think is fine. Yeah. And then on top of that, we've got the player controller, which builds on top of the character controller. So this is based on what inputs we have. It tells the character controller what to do. But I think what's happening is because these are all like these bits here. So the rigid body movement and the character controller classes aren't actually on a game object. It's just the player controller that's on this game object. I don't think the awake function is being called here. Basically what was happening was when I was pressing left and right, the function's getting called, but no output was happening. And it was because these things are getting set to basically the initialization of the character controller that's awake wasn't being called. I think. I'm still wrapping my head around it, so I haven't quite got it clear in my head. So I'm probably not explaining it especially well. Yeah, I think it's just a misunderstanding of what awake does. I think so try to make your awake into constructors. Unfortunately, I don't know what that means. I don't really have an understanding of what like constructors are. Public name of file. So like, as in, but basically we're just saying make this some other value rather than general awake. So just here. So like that. Okay. It seems to what? So wait. What's actually happening here? And that's running it as an awake. So rigid body, I changed it to start because awake wasn't working. But yeah, I'll be see the same thing. Hey Code Rad Games, how's it going? If it works, you'll explain. Okay. Okay, I think this needs to be protected though, rather than private. It's not gonna. It's erroring out because it's not able to run that. But if we call it protected, then it should be okay with that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll give it a go. See what happens. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Code Rad. How's it going? Ooh. Wait, let's reload it just in case there were some issues of it being already started. Basically refactoring all of an old movement script that we had into I don't even know what this is called. I guess this is like inheritance of class. But basically a default rigid body movement script which just handles physics based functions, and then on top of that a character controller which gives me methods to run those physics functions, and then on top of that a player controller which based on the inputs runs those functions. Yeah, basically I had awakes here, but it wasn't running, and Scooby just suggested changing it to this setup. So yeah, it's running the awake, but why is it running it like 3 times? Or 1, 2, 3. Let's run it 5 times there. And we still is grounded as false. This is the only one, it's the character controller. This is the only place where I've got a debug log awake. But I feel like I could just do, like, can I just do this though? If I just do avoid initialize, right? And then in here, on the player controller awake, we just do initialize. Is that not an easier? That's the kind of route that I would normally. I'd need to override the initialize. But if I've only got it in the character controller, actually I'll probably need one in the rigid body as well. So if we're in the player controller, we are reapplying the controller, and she shouldn't be able to relaunch a constructor. Sorry, I'm not quite following all of this. I think my brain's just being a little bit slow today, but also I find all of these like your movement opening the inheritance up again. Are they not the same instance if they are? So basically I've got this player controller script on my player character, and that's just saying this class is on the character, but if I want to call any functions that are in the character controller, I do have access to them. Right, so this script isn't actually attached to I think this script isn't actually attached to the character. But no, we have access to the rigid body, that works. So start works, but awake doesn't, is what I'm getting. Let's just have a look. Where's our first jump? Is grounded is still false. But if it can repeat the awake message from a constructor, the only answer is the script is being relaunched. Okay. But so I've got this player controller attached to our player. So if we have a look here, that's where the script is. Unless I might have the character controller on here as well. No. So like this animator script doesn't have any of the scripts. It's just an animator script on here. The character object, the game object, just has the rigid body and the capsule collider on it. The selected character is doing the stat modifiers and stuff like that. That script does nothing at the moment. This is just giving me drop downs. So actually, let's just remove that. This is just applying the stats. And this has one instance of the player controller. So how's it? I don't see any way that it could be calling it multiple times. But let's just do. I think this works though. I think we just need to do that as true first. And then we'll do a bit of tidy up because I'm getting confused with all these logs in it. Yeah, it's confusing. There's clearly like some there's some like background to how these all interact that I have no idea about yet. What is a constructor? It's the exact same thing as awake, but constructors are what awake is built on top on. So to do some extra Unity things in the background before allowing its execution. Okay. So the awake function is just basically some custom code in Unity that builds on top of a C# constructor class. Or is a constructor a class? Nice. Hopefully. I realise there's a slight delay here. Awake is different than a constructor because awake will run if you disable and enable the game object, but the constructor will only run once. Yeah, so that's probably the extra layer of custom code that Unity's put on top. I see, yes. Okay, so awake runs once here, which is what we want. But this is an issue. Okay. So that's why start in rigid body is working fine. But wake isn't, because it's got this extra layer of code that isn't quite working properly. So object reference not set to an instance of an object. In our character controller initialize at line 16. Line 16. Yeah. I might look at that. Oh, good. This is the problem with some of these kind of issues is they're so like ingrained into public virtual void start. Okay, so we're going into this goes into like override territory, right? That's how start should work. Yeah, okay. Okay, so can it be protected? Virtual. And then, yeah, this protected override. Voids. Let me know if there's any issues with using protected, but I think it should be okay. And then in here, we want to run the start of the previous. It's getting filtered out for some reason. I don't get why that would be. Oh, does it think it's a link? Are you saying like something dot start? I don't know if you see, but I just see that as being star 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 T brackets. Yeah, whatever you're typing there. Oh, do you mean with this the stars? Yeah. that's what I'm confused. Sorry. Base.stat, right? Thank you. So base. Base just looks at that. Okay. So if we save those. Right. And then I guess, can I override again in the player controller? I mean, we don't have a start method here, so it doesn't really matter. But just interested in how it works. So we don't need to initialize this anymore. Hopefully. So this rigid body one is saying. Okay, I'll see if it works, and then we'll check out the theory behind it after. There might still be other issues as well, so. Alright, let's just restart the game mode just in case. Actually, I have to restart it because otherwise start won't run, I think. Okay, still got a slight issue with something there, but that looked better. Okay, so this is definitely working. I've got an issue in this somehow. Nice. Right, let me get rid of some of these logs because they're just not needed anymore. This is from other stuff. Yeah, exactly the same issue. I feel like game dev is just well, a lot of people will run into the same roadblocks as you learn. Right, so we know that this has been called. But yeah, so let's have a look into override and yeah. So this gravity scale stuff is just to basically make it so that you fall a bit faster than the jump. So I'm not sure this is the right way to do it, but when we were doing our game jam game, this is what my my old housemate used. So rather than doing the research into figuring out what way to do it, I'm just using what we have already used and was working before. So this might not be a good way to do it, but rather than completely redesigning it, hopefully that should work. So it's basically here, say, if we're falling, there's an extra fall multiplier. And for the jump, it's basically when you stop pressing jump, you get an extra air brake multiplier. Yeah, this is all basically what we wrote during the game jam. No, we made this ourselves. I don't know what the base was, where this idea came from, but we tweaked it when we were doing the game jam, and this is what it ended up as. But if you looked at the let me just get that link again. Why is Restream not sending to Twitch? That's a bit weird. But yeah, basically, I'll just show you the jump in the published version. When it loads. Let me just turn off the audio because this is going to be annoying. Right. So the way that the jump works here is while I hold jump, I can still go up. But if I let go, we get a much snappier return to the ground. So like I'm holding jump for the full jump amount there. And actually there's not really a big there's not really that big a difference there. But if I just tap it, we obviously get a much bigger multiplier to get us back down to the ground. So that's kind of how it works. But yeah, what were we looking at here? I want to have a look at what override and virtual. Just have a quick look at the docs around those. So ENTU. Wait, have we lost? Let me just refresh this. My chat in OBS. I think it was struggling to speak to struggling to connect to Twitch chat. There we go. Right. No worries. Oh. Wait, I want to try. What does this do? Does this let you do links? No. Okay. What does permit do? Sorry about that. I thought that would work, but... Cool, thank you. Oh no, don't jump there. It's opening on the wrong screen. Right, let's let that load a second. Okay, this shows everything inspection. Okay, so override does what it says, right? So if you don't include the base function, like here, then it completely overrides the virtual function. God, I really need to... I need to figure out how to turn off this content moderation stuff. Right, let me just see if I can find it now. This is just annoying not to be able to see what people write. Yeah, I don't know what got censored there, just out of interest. Yeah, I think at this stage it's definitely easier to do that. But is it just hyperlinks? Right, yeah. Because that's not even a hyperlink, is it? It's just, well, I suppose it would try and convert it into... Where is that setting? Here maybe? Mod chat delay. Okay. I think maybe that's been removed. If one of you can try, please. Any option with the... I don't think that's been removed, but that's not... It doesn't class that as a link. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Wait, so even when it knows, because in this chat, right, it's not converted your base.start into a hyperlink. So it knows that's not a valid web address, but it was still censoring it as though it was. That I don't understand that. That's a weird option to take for the filter. I suppose when they were writing the filter, they were just like, okay, we'll just do anything where there's a dot conjoining two strings. But anyway, right. So the only thing I'm slightly confused about here is why are we doing the base call in a return? Yeah, is that this link? It's a contest. Okay, right. Very good. Yeah, well, why have they decided to do return based? Was there any reason to return here? Oh, is it because this is... Okay, so there's no actual... Oh, wait, because it's an int, it has to have a return. Yes, yeah, sorry. If this was a void function, and if... Yeah, okay, ignore that. Being silly there. Right, let's have a quick look at this. Let me just check that the audio is captured though. Better jumping in Unity with 4 lines of code. That sounds like it's promising a lot there. Let's pause Spotify a second, and we're listening.
Get a better feel and functionality out of your character's jumping with just a few lines of code. So I've set up this.
I'm sorry, but
this solution will also work for 3D, but figure 2D was
just always go faster.
And basically, what I have here is a player object that has a rigid body, and when I press the jump button, this jump script will take that information in and give our player an upward velocity that we set here in our script. So basically, what we can see here is when I hit play and hit the jump button, we get this jump, and it works. It does what it's supposed to, but it feels somewhat floaty. The best word I can think of for it. It almost is like you're like on the moon or in a low gravity situation, and it just doesn't quite feel as crisp as you expect in a game.
Yeah, I can turn
one
focus
solution you
off.
think of when you see something like this is you might jump over to your edit menu, go to project settings, physics 2D, and increase the gravity, because more gravity means that you'll be less floaty. So we'll say, -20, roughly double the gravity. Now we try jumping again, but now we're jumping very low. So we go back to our player and we increase the jump velocity up to like something like maybe 7. And now we're getting the height we want again, but we're a little bit faster, but we still kind of have that floaty feel. So why doesn't our jump feel right? Well, the short answer is because you've played video games. While our jump is physically accurate, it follows the idea that however long it takes for you to get to the peak of your jump, it'll take the equal amount of time to get back down to the ground if gravity is being constant. While that's all accurate, it isn't really how most video games do jumping. For example, let's take a look at Super Mario Bros. Here in World 1.1, we see that Mario can jump, and it doesn't look all that much different from what we had in our Unity example, but there's just something different, a little bit more crisp, a little bit better about the jump. So to help us kind of figure out why this is the case, I actually broke out one of these jumps into a frame-by-frame kind of timeline. And when we look here, we see that the jump takes about 28 frames total. But what's really interesting to note is that he doesn't really get to the peak of his jump until about frame 18, and that's only then does he begin to fall back down. That means that he's spending 18 frames getting to the peak of his jump, and then only 10 to get back down to the ground. That's only half the time it takes to get down to the ground. And that's really where that feel comes from, is that you are kind of struggling up against gravity in the first half to 2/3 of your jump, and then once you get to that peak, you just plummet right down to the ground. It gives you this really weighty feel, it gives you this crisp jumping feel versus just kind of floating back down to the ground. Again, this is happening within fractions of a second, but it's just enough of a difference to make it really feel like you have this much crisper jump. Now, the other thing that would be nice in our jumps, if we go back to the video, we see that Mario can jump at different heights, and this is all dependent on how long you press that jump button. If you just tap it very quickly, he'll only jump a little bit, whereas if you hold down the button, he jumps for a much longer time and jumps much higher. And this is something that's not really physics related, but it's still a little bit difficult for us to figure out in our code, because how do we tell Mario to jump higher? It would make sense for us just to be able to give him more jump velocity when we press the jump button, but unfortunately when we first start pressing that button, we don't know how long we're going to be holding it, so we don't know how much velocity to give him. We could give him more velocity over the time we hold it, but that leads to a kind of a weird acceleration feel that really doesn't make sense in this sort of situation. Fortunately, we can actually solve both of these things by manipulating just one variable within our game, and that is gravity. In order for our character to fall faster, we just need more gravity, and likewise, if we want our character, if we take it as kind of the default that our character will reach the peak of his jump, like the highest possible peak of his jump, then what we can assume is that anytime he's jumping lower than that, again, there's more gravity. And so you might already start having an idea of how we're going to implement this, but now I want to jump into Unity and actually show what's actually surprisingly simple code that you can use to apply more gravity specifically to your character, so that when they are jumping, you can control the height of their jump as well as make them fall faster. So back in our game scene, let me just kind of show you how I set up things so that we can kind of demonstrate this effect. I have a ground object, which is really just a sprite with a box collider 2D on it, as well as a player object, which has a box collider 2D and a rigid body attached to it. And then I gave it this jump script. Now this will also work, as I said, in 3D. You'll just be using the regular rigid body and box collider instead of the 2D variants of them. We'll jump into the jump script quickly. And we can see that all this has is a public float for the jump velocity, as well as the simple update method, which simply checks, are we pressing the jump button down? Not just holding it, mind you, it's the get button down, so it's the moment that we press it. And the moment that we press it, we apply to the rigid body's velocity. We set that equal to vector2.up, so we're only using the upward motion, and multiplying that by the jump velocity. So that's all we need to get started here, and right now we have our basic physics-appropriate jump. So how do we get the better jump into this? Well, we're going to create a new C# script. I'm going to go create C# script, and I'm going to call this better jump. I'm going to open this up in Unity as well, or in MonoDevelop rather, and we can delete all of this for now. We might come back to it a little bit later. But first thing I'm going to add here is a public float called fall multiplier, And this is how we're going to be multiplying. This is how much we're going to be multiplying the gravity when our character is falling down. I'm going to set it to 2.5 for now. Second, we're going to have a public float called low jump multiplier, because again, when we release the jump button and are applying more gravity so our character doesn't jump quite as high, we're going to again be increasing the gravity. We'll do this one a little bit less. We'll just say 2f for that one. Now, these two numbers may end up being the same for your game, depending on what kind of feel and what kind of fine-tuning you need to do, but I like having the flexibility of having them be two different numbers. Next, I'm going to include a reference to our rigid body 2D, call that RB, and we're going to create a quick void awake function method. And in here, all I'm going to do is hook up the rigid body to this reference. So we'll say RB equals get component rigid body 2D. Lastly is what's really just kind of 4 lines of code that's going to give us the proper jump feel that we're looking for. And this is going to be in the update function. Every frame we're going to check for a couple of conditions. The first one is if our rigid body's velocity.y, so that vertical motion, if that motion is less than 0, meaning if we are falling, then we want to apply our fall multiplier to our gravity. And how we do that is we're going to say rb.velocity.y plus equals vector3.up, so we're only dealing with the vertical axis right now. So if we did happen to have some walking or some other horizontal motion, we wouldn't be messing with that. We're strictly dealing with the...
It should be vector 2 if you're working...
affect an individual axis within a vector 3. You have to edit the full vector 3, so this should just be rigid body's velocity as a whole, or in this case, sorry, vector 2 in this case.
Yeah.
So this should be vector 2.up because we're dealing with the 2D. And so here we're going to say rigid body.velocity plus equals vector 2.up, just dealing with the vertical, times physics 2D.gravity.y. So that's the whatever we set for the y value of gravity. Right now it's just the default -9.81. The changes that I put in there earlier don't count because I was doing that in play mode. Next, we're going to multiply this by our fall multiplier -1. And the reason for the -1 is that physics in general, Unity's basic physics engine, is already applying one multiple of the gravity, just normal gravity is being applied. So if we're trying to multiply this by 2.5, we've already got one of that, so we only need 1.5 times more gravity. So that's why I'm subtracting the 2.5 minus 1. This is kind of accounting for the physics system's normal gravity. Oops. So we'll put that in there. And then
I don't understand that bit, but okay. We'll come back to that in a sec.
Because the gravity is per second, and we want it to be just a fraction of a second that is this particular frame. And so that's really what's going to create our faster fall. In fact, we can check that out right now. If I jump back over to Unity, go to our player, and we add this better jump component, we can actually see this part in action already. If I hit space, that fall is a lot quicker now. It gives that a little bit weightier of a feel. You can certainly, again, kind of fine-tune that number. If you want it to fall even faster, you can increase it. But that, there's a distinct difference between that kind of struggling upward and then plummeting down. For our jump section, I feel
like this is very similar to what we're already doing, but we're using
if we're jumping up, and then we need to check that we're not still
an impulse rather than...
If we're holding the jump button the entire time, we just want normal gravity, we want to reach our normal default peak of our jump. It's only when we release the jump button that we apply more gravity and make it a lower jump. So if we're doing a quick button press, then we get the lower jump. So we'll say if we are jumping upward and we are not input.getButton, and this is just get button.
Sorry?
Because we're looking at holding the button down, not just for the initial press. I'm straight up jump. So if we're not holding down that jump button, then we're actually going to do this exact same thing here. We're going to apply additional gravity again, so we're going to copy and paste for this. The only difference is that instead of our fall multiplier, we're going to do our low jump multiplier. We'll save that here. And now when we go back, we've got our better jump, we hit play, what we see now is that if I just tap the spacebar, we get a very low jump, but if I hold it, I jump all the way up. And in both cases, we still get that little bit quicker fall. So with that, like I say, these 4 simple lines of code, 5 if you count the closing bracket, you get both a weightier feel to your character and the ability to control your
this nice tutorial for it.
Find this useful in your game development in the future, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, so slight confusion with why are we doing the -1?
And so here we're going to say rigid body velocity plus equals vector 2.up, just dealing with the vertical, times physics 2D.gravity.y. So that's whatever we set for the y value of gravity. Right now it's just the default -9.81. The changes that I put in there earlier don't count because I was doing that in play mode. Next, we're going to multiply this by our fall multiplier -1. And the reason for the -1 is that physics in general, Unity's basic physics engine, is already applying one multiple of the gravity, just normal gravity is being applied. So if we're trying to multiply this by 2.5, we've already got one of that, so we only need 1.5 times more gravity. So that's why I'm subtracting the 2.5.
Even if that's the case, physics gravity is like one multiple of the gravity. Surely if you're trying to add to make it like 250% gravity, you wouldn't do the -1 here. Yeah, I disagree with that, I think. Unless I'm seeing something completely wrong here. Let's say, for example, you wanted to set the full multiplier to double, so you fall twice as fast. If you had full multiplier as a value of 2 exactly, when you do this 2 minus 1, you're not doing anything on this multiplier.
0.5 minus 1. This is kind of accounting for the physics system's normal gravity. Oops. So we'll put that in there. And then lastly, we'll multiply this by time.delta because the gravity is per second, and
yeah, I think that's right.
Just a fraction of a second that is this particular frame. And so that's really what's going on in action already. Right?
So yeah, wait, if we look here.
And then we need to check that we're not still holding the jump button. Because remember, if we're holding the jump button the entire time, we just want normal gravity, we want to reach our normal default peak of our jump down, not just for the initial press. Apply additional gravity, got our better jump. We hit play.
Where's our...
This. The only difference is that instead of our fall multiplier, we're going to do our low jump multiplier.
Yeah, so in this situation here, where he's using the low jump multiplier, that's a value of 2. So you're timesing here by 2 minus 1, so you're just timesing by 1, which does nothing. Well, you multiply into the brackets before you minus 1. Sorry, multiply into the brackets. Before, no, you do brackets first, right? It's always brackets first. So the way I read this line here is that you're saying, you take the vector 2 dot up, so that's you're timesing by the y component of your physics gravity, times by 1, which does nothing, times by time delta time. I don't know. I'm just seeing that as being incorrect, but might just be me. I mean, it'd be worth logging out what this value comes out as and see if it is the case. Because people seem no one said it's wrong, so that to me is saying that I'm wrong on how I'm interpreting this. Without the minus 1 here floating to space. I mean, I'm very tempted to try this now just to see what happens. But it's kind of similar to what we're doing with our jump. The main difference is rather than doing what's on here, which is setting the velocity, we're just doing a force impulse, which might be what we saw. Where was the first time we showed some code?
We apply to the rigid body's velocity. We set that equal to vector 2 better jump. We multiplying the gravity.
No, it's still the same, the old one. Without acceleration. Yeah, that should be similar. But yeah, basically what we were saying in our version is just apply an upward force. Yeah, for the first bit of code. So, yeah, slightly different from what we're doing, but it's a similar kind of idea. So we even got the same variable name for our full multiplier. So, okay, let's get rid of all of these logs, because we don't really want them at the moment. We don't need this anymore. Don't need this awake. We need to figure this out though. So what else were we passing in here? We have... welcome back. No worries. So let's do. Oh, good. Float. Test full multiplier. And let's see if we can. I think we can assign to this. But I think it's still complaining we can't assign to this, and that might be this whole override thing again. Gonna have to close and reopen. No, it still doesn't like that. So it doesn't like this character stat. Right, I'm just going to pause for a second. Just a quick bathroom break. Where's my beer back? There we go. Back in a sec. Right, we're back. Let's get rid of that. Be right back. Okay, so what have we established here is that this doesn't work. So when can we read from this modified stats? Because modified stats is created by the start instance here. Where does character stats exist? Here. So I bet this is done after. And let's have a look. So this is character stats. Start. And I bet these ones I'll run first. What's this? Character controller start. So it's not really great. I've got an order of operations going on here that matters. I think we should see the character controller start first and then the character stat start. But really we want the opposite way around. In which case I don't really want to do it by two different start methods that could always have a race. So we would want to call one of the other functions manually. Yeah. So that's why we get our null reference, because this this component is only created after. So to change that, let's make this public void. We're going to use initialize again. And this is going to do our stuff here. We don't need any of this now. And when we call our character component here, not a scriptable object though, is it? This class shouldn't be called character stats actually. That's just going to confuse things. But we'll ignore that for the second. So, what do we want to do? We want to say dot modified stats. I think we want to do this. We want to return modified stats. And then this can just be calling initialize. And now this should work. I'm not sure if that's a good way to do it, but I think it should work. So we're going to start with something that works and then we'll figure out a better way to do it if we need to. So now when we run this, we shouldn't get our null reference. Come on, Unity. Busy thinking about it. And yes, we have no null reference now. We still don't have our jump working, but we'll get to that. So now this should work. Yeah, let's just start with that. So we should see our default gravity scale, which I think we should be able to see on the control, on the rigid body. I think that's what shows up there. Maybe. Yeah, 6. Right. Why is it 6 though? Because we've got the air brake strength as well, right? Because we've pressed space, so we've applied this. So it should start at 3. Let's just double check that's going through as well. So when we first run, we check our character controller. Actually, we should be looking at this before we even click run. I think it should go from whatever it is at default up to 3, and then when we press space, it should go to. Well, when we let go of space, it should go to 6. There's 3 here. We hold down space and let go. Yep. Okay, so that bit of that is working. And we just want to see it. It doesn't start at 3, does it? It starts at 1. Okay, so that's all working. So that can go. This can go. We don't care about that anymore. Those are fine. I kind of want to close this for a moment. Let's get rid of that so we've got a better view. Okay, what is not working now? This can go, that's fine. I don't think we even need this as a public variable now, because we are returning it on this public function. So let's hide that away. So we're just doing a little bit of tidy up here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need that. That was just so that we could update values during runtime, which actually we might leave in because that's quite useful to have. It wants me to spell it with a Z. No. I'm going to use the UK spelling, thanks. Right, that we didn't need. Well, we don't even need an awake here now. At the moment, we'll probably come back to that. So, why now? What's happening to our jump? Ah, wait, we're setting our velocity 0 here. So this is every frame. This is where our issue is. So how were we doing it before in our other movement scripts? Let's get this back open. So our left-right movement wasn't affecting. Yeah, we shouldn't be setting it to 0, but where do we override that? Right, Sorry, just sending a quick text. So this shouldn't be 0. Right. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm just some of my old housemates have gone to my dad's shop, so I just need to let him know. Right. Sorry about that. Let me just... Sorry, 1 second. I will be back very shortly. Right, sorry about that. It's just unusual that my a couple of people I used to live with have gone into my dad's shop. So I'm just sending them some messages to make sure they figure out who each other is. Right. Where were we? We were looking at this jump, and the reason it's not working is because we're setting our velocity to 0 here, whereas we need a value to come through here to say ignore a y velocity. So either we need to say don't change the y velocity here, oh no, my dad's shop is in a different town. I'm not near there. They just sent me a photo with he's got like it's a delicatessen. So they sat down at the shop having a coffee. So I was like, oh, you gotta go and say hi to my dad if you're there. They would have met him before, but only like when I moved into my old house, or like an occasional time, and that was like 6 years ago now. So. But yeah, it's just so bizarre. Right, so what we were going to look at is, I think in our fixed update, we only actually care about changing the x velocity. Because I think our y velocity we only really want to give impulses to. Let's see where we tackle velocity in here. So this only cares about reading the y velocity. We do need to set it to 0 for the slam attack. Let's just double check where we're calling that impulse. And we need to set it to 0 when we're picked up, but that's fine. That's reading the value of it. I don't even get why we're changing that there. That shouldn't change. Yeah, I think we've got loads of like manual overrides here because we were doing it wrong. I think what we want here is set x velocity, and we just care about x here, and then we'll repeat and do set y velocity, and we'll see if we even need to use this. So this will be dot x. No, other way around. And this will be dot x. So all we're doing is we're passing in a value to update this specific value that we're targeting. So we're leaving that alone. And then this, we want to set velocity x. Yeah, so we still have an option to override the y to 0 when we need it. Right, let's see how this goes. Let's wait for some errors in the console and see what we've done wrong. I mean, it should work. Can't think of any situation where something too weird that I'm doing here. Okay. That's basically the character controller. I mean, it's got some crazy values in at the moment, so that's why it looks a bit weird, but... Nice! Right, let's get rid of that for the moment. Wait, I wonder if it's actually doing all the stuff as well. So let's make this really obvious. So let's make the air brake strength 10. And let's just do a normal 4 multiplier. Okay, so that's definitely working. But wait, the air brake strength should only apply... When does it apply? When we let go. So why is it applying earlier? Let's have a look at the character here. So our gravity scale is 30. Why is it 30? We've set a wrong value somewhere. Unless this isn't triggering. This might not be triggering. Oh no, it has to because grounded... Oh no, it's grounded to true here. Wait, we will get there in a second. Let's let's consider what's happening here. Let's just see if we're even getting this occurring. Oh. Ground. Also, we can probably get rid of this jump power, actually. We don't need to see that all the time. Where we're logging that out? Where are we logging that out? Here we go, this one, you can go. And we don't care about this. Do we? We'll leave that in. That shouldn't occur very often. Okay, yeah, so we're not getting this contact with ground for some reason. Wait, why is our... Okay, because our rigid body's on the character. So the player just stays where it is. That, I suppose, makes sense. So it makes sense actually because... No, our collider is here. Maybe there's no overlap occurring. what were we doing before? When we were looking at collision, we had is touching. On trigger enter and on collision enter. Yeah, I think we want this on collision enter because we haven't got it set to trigger. Let's just double check. Collision. Yeah. Right, so how much has to be of type collision 2D? Wait, what did we do wrong? Oh, this needs to be collision 2D, right? Yep. But Zelda music would never get old to me. So it is kind of making me want to go back and replay Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask I think was one of my favourite games ever. Yeah, what? Why are you not now? What? Gravity scale 75? Where's that come from? Let's reset this to like 1. Okay. Okay, so we're getting 75 with the air brake. Right? What's the air brake modifier? No. 2, 10 and 1. How are we getting 75? Oh no! So eager to show you Majora's Mask. Oh no, that's so annoying. Wait, how? Because the whole game is like a significant game length, but he was just like, "Here, I'll show you how good all of the temples are," and you just end up. That's got to be multiple days worth of playing. Oh no! Oh no! That's brutal. Although actually, yeah, now that I think about it, maybe that could be another one of my games to play on stream. Because I know that you can get an hour or 2. Yeah, God, you've got to know a lot of speedrun strats then. But yeah, I know that there's randomizers for Majora's Mask as well. Well, no, I'm pretty sure you can complete the game in like 11 minutes now or something ridiculous. With loads of, but you got to use lots of glitches. Yeah, maybe I'll look into an emulator and a randomizer for it, because then it'll be a bit more interesting than just replaying the game. I know it's for a lot of people when they go back to like N64 games, they're a bit of a letdown because obviously your memory makes them look a lot better than they are. Right, let's do. Ah, right, okay. The issue we've got here is we're not stopping double jump. Why are we not stopping double jump? Oh, because we've got this. So this collision is not being detected as well, that's the other thing. So we should only be allowed to jump once here, because I think it should set is grounded to false, and then we'll stop. You love the past two God of War games so much. Normally with no upgrades, it's harder to complete than the hardest difficulty with upgrades. I think there's one game I tried to speedrun when I've like played it. And that was... what was it called? It was called Dante's Inferno. Just reminded me of God of War. That was quite a fun game. But by speedrun it was just like, not glitching or anything like that, just trying to beat it on hard difficulties, but beating all the fights quickly, or like getting out of the way of things. But that was years ago now. Right, okay, so we can't jump now because we don't have... Yeah, it does. It made me think of Dante's Inferno because you said God of War, but I think it's mainly because he's got a similar weapon with like the two blades that, like, what is the weapon that is in the old God of War, where he's got like two like whip like blades? I can't remember what it's called. Right, so we get one jump and then we shouldn't be able to jump after. That's good, okay. And that stops the double jump, or the spamming jump. Now why is this not working? We have a collider. On collision enter TD isn't working. On trigger enter, did we have as is trigger on our... We don't have is trigger enter. Let's have a look on our normal game scene. It's been a while since we've had a look at this. Yes, save that. So on our ring, which is our ground, right? We don't have is trigger set. But we were still getting trigger into pairing. Don't have the official title as a weapon category since they're just swords with a chain. Yeah. Dante's Inferno. Now, I've got to be a little bit careful here, because some of the enemies are a little bit... Oh, they did a remake. Or is PS5 just... Yeah, he had this scythe, that was it. Let's see, is this... Firstly, is this going to pick up audio? Yep. So let's just jump ahead a little bit. Oh wow, that's loud. But yeah, it was good fun. You used to do all these like... Oh, there's like juggling mechanics as well. Like when you get a bit further upgraded. I mean, also some of the big bosses were quite cool to play against. Let's see if there's anything that's not too rude. basically, because you're battling your way through hell, there's some zones which are around lust and stuff like that as well. So you got to be. I bet on stream you wouldn't be able to play this.
Tombs were scattered with flame, made to glow all over, hotter than iron need be for any
It's quite cool level design. Like,
truly wretched, suffering.
he had some pretty good platforming. The combat was smooth and was really fun. I don't remember that minigame. That might have been brought into this remake. Oh, so that's why they pixelated it out. Where is he's got none of the big bosses here? There's some like big bosses to fight as well. Is this us fighting him? Where is it? Yeah. So it's like got some Dark Souls-esque feeling to it as well. You got the big guy in the background that I think he does like attacks onto the field, and then you got to like climb up and attack him. Yeah, it was fun. Anyway, that's a complete sidetrack there. Okay, so why are we not seeing our collider here? Let's double check if this works. And if this does work, we just need those for the moment. Actually, let's do that as well. We've given it the tag of ground. We have a collider on our character. So why... Why is that not triggering? Or maybe it will now. Probably something. Oh, I bet I know why. We're running the script at this level. And the collider is all the way down here. I bet it's ignoring it because it hasn't got the right collider. Yeah, okay, that's going to be why. So I think on collision enter is looking at the game object that the script is attached to, which is the player. So how do I give this the character's collider is going to be the next question. On collision enter 2D. I'm hoping there's some override on the parameters. That means I can pass in the actual collider. How do I specify what game objects we're looking at? Because in reality, the rigid body here is found from here. We don't set the collider anywhere, do we? Object collider, we do. What do we use this for? Oh yeah, that's the other collider. Right, okay. That's no good, we don't want that. We want to call on collision into 2D on a child game object of our player. So call on collision enter 2D on child's component, child object. December 2009. Ugh. Problem with some of this is very old answers. But it does look like we're getting some other people doing the same idea. That's what we've got. We've got this on the parent. Is this was the older one though, wasn't it? 2009, yeah. Ah, they've got the rigid body on the character. On the, like, the parent game object. Right, so a collision occurs, it runs up the hierarchy to the nearest rigid body. The script's the child which catches the collision and deals with it there. Right. Okay, so it looks like rigid bodies are meant to be on the parent anyway. So maybe the setup we've got here is incorrect. No, I do want the rigid body here. I'm gonna do another quick break. Sorry, just need to stretch and clear my head a little bit. I'm definitely losing focus here, so I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes, something like that. Back in a sec. Right, we're back. So I just need to shut some windows and put some lights on. Getting cold and dark now. Right, where are we now? Let's get rid of the vaccine. We might swap over to some pixel art pretty soon because I can tell my my focus is waning a little bit. Right, so the issue we had here is that the on collision enter looks up the chain to find a rigid body, and our rigid body is down on the character. So we have two options here. We either drop this character controller in on the character and have the player controller interact with the character controller by reading it as a component of a child, which is probably what I'm leaning towards. Or we have to move the rigid body up the chain, which I don't want to do. Yeah, I think we changed this back into a mono behavior. And then we do an await class. Where we say private void, no, not void, private character controller. Controller, and on awake we say our character controller is hit component and children, character controller, and then all of these are going to be like this. Shame because it was quite nice and neat before. Why not? Oh, that's why not, because of the protection level now. That's okay though, these can be public. So this needs to be public, so it can be addressed, and the jump needs to be public, and the stop jump needs to be public. And that should be it. Now these guys are fine. Right, now that's okay. This is okay. And we just need to drop this in on our character prefab. And that should all work still, hopefully. There shouldn't be any upsets there. Where's our character scripts? Character controller. Oh, it's already... It's there. I agree the stats should be on the selected character. Let's see this here. So move that up. This shouldn't need this. Right, so that's the character. Let's just make sure we get this correct here. So new prefabs. Our selected character has the character in it. And this has the character stats. And then our player has selected character. Right, so our character controller is on the scripter with the rigid body. Our stats are on the selected character because they're going to be based on what we select here. Technically they could still be on the character, but it makes more sense to have it here. And then the player controller is here, which interacts with our character controller script down here. Now, is there anything I need to worry about there? This we need to worry about. So we're no longer looking into children for this. It's actually the parent of this. I don't suppose we can just do... Oh, we can. And now this is attached to the same component that has the rigid body, so this should just be get component. And yes, that's correct. That's the... Okay. This, fingers crossed, should work. And hopefully also does the collision detection properly now. There we go, right. Looks good. We're getting our collision detection finally. So now, what I think I'm able to do is really show off that air brake. So when we let go of jump, that's working. So let's just set that to like 5. Let's do a massive full multiplier. That's not working. That's not a multiplier of 30. This I think is working, so we can't jump as high. Oh. Yeah. Oh, only updated after we landed, but that's fine. Okay, so 3, 2, and we'll leave that at 30 for the moment because it's not worked. So why has that not worked? This is our full multiplier. Oh, I know why. Because we're only checking this whenever this is called. So really, if this is going to handle all the physics, this needs a fixed update, doesn't it? So private void. Actually, I can just do fixed update, can't I? Yep. So this is where I say if this occurs. And really, it's only when it changes. So private ball is falling. Oh, how long? There we go. Not sure if this is the right way of what I'm thinking of, but I'm just going to do something that I know is going to work, or I'm fairly confident should work. So actually, the hole is grounded thing. Should probably be handled in here as well. It's kind of physics based. What's the one that is triggering? Collision. So this one. Alright, we want to copy what we had here. Just in case when we start, we're not in the air. and we're already touching the ground. Capture colors 2D, yes. It is starting to bulk out a bit though, which is what I wanted to try and avoid. Actually, let's put this at the top. Oh no, we've got protected. Let's separate it up, protected and private. Variables here. Oh. Okay. Don't care about that. So we only care about this when we're not grounded as well. So not grounded and not falling. So if we're not grounded and we're not yet falling, the first time the velocity goes under 0, less than or equal to, it's fine. Then we're now falling. And when we're falling, we want to add the full multiplier to our gravity scale. And now we should be using it's grounded here. I don't think we're affecting gravity control, are we? Gravity control, sorry. It's just set to true at the start and that's it. So, let's see. We get rid of these for the moment. The only thing we're not doing now is the gravity scale back to default gravity scale. So actually it would be quite nice if gravity scale is ignored here. And we just make here instead. We want a protected void. Apply air brake. And when that happens, So where do we get full multiplier here? It's protected float. And that's set in here. This can go. Don't need that anymore. Can I access character stats? Does get component and parent only got one level? Turns the component if a component matching type is found, or any of its parents. Okay, so it keeps on going up. I think we put the character stats down on the base layer. And we cut this here. And we add it in here as a protected. And then we don't need to do this. We don't need that. And then in here we can set our... Wait, this can be private now. We need to refactor that. Times equal to character stats dot air brake strength. So that just needs to apply the air brake now. And really, this just needs to be... this thing at default, right? When we start, we say... rigid body.gravity scale equals character stats.default gravity scale. Right, so that applies that at the start. And yeah, we just need here to be like apply air brake. No, apply full multiplier. Don't care about this. And all we need to do is say rigid body times equals full multiplier. It's false is true, we apply full multiplier, and then when we land, we need to remove full multiplier. No, we don't. We just need to reset the default. Right, you're not needed anymore. So this is what I want to do. I want to abstract away all of the physics complications into this class, and then with the controller we don't really need to care how this works. We just need to know, like, okay, if we jump, we apply a force upwards, and then we put our air brake on. We don't need to care what that air brake does. It's just something that happens. And we don't even need to care that there's a full multiplier in the rest of our controller. That should just happen by the way that our physics are working, like our physics is working in the game. So, oh, where's it gone? That's compiling scripts, okay. I wonder how long I've had my mic off for. Right, okay, so the controls are still all working fine. That full multiplier is clearly not doing anything. Why not? Let's log out. Is grounded. And is falling. Okay. Nothing. Why nothing? Fixed update. This should be running every second. Why is this not running? Let's just double check. I wonder if fixed update can't run. Right, Unity, fixed update on inherited class. Right. I think this might be one of the issues. I think I'm like half using inheritance here. What does abstract do? Do we have abstract in here at all? No, we just have... Right, Unity inheritance example. Let's actually have a look at how this works, because we're definitely like half using all of this. So we don't need two dots open. What does abstract mean? The term, what I didn't get what the what does the abstract keyword do? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Keyword do. Let's have a look at these videos and see if they help. I'm thinking more and more that I want abstract here.
Take a look at working with abstract classes and methods. Abstract classes allow us to force inheritance and create easily manageable and maintainable code. With abstract methods, we can force implementations. Essentially, this allows us to create a partial template for our class and allows the inherited implementation to finish the class. Let's take a look at an example. Let's say we're designing enemies for our game. We have a moss giant, a skeleton, and a spider. Within each of these classes, they're going to have a speed variable, a health variable, and maybe the amount of gems that they're going to pick up. Within each monster class is going to be an attack method. The problem here is that we're duplicating this code. We had to write this 3 different times for each class. Now, class inheritance will solve this issue, where we can have a base class of type enemy. With an abstract class, we can force inheritance on these enemies, and we can force them to implement the attack methods, and no longer make it optional, which traditional classes do. So here, we can remove the duplicated code, store it in our abstract class, and then moss giant, skeleton, and spider will all inherit from our enemy. Let's take a look at implementing this. In Unity, I'm going to create a new C# script. Let's call this enemy. Now what I'm going to do here is, with this enemy class, we're going to remove the void start and void update class, and we'll keep this as a model behavior for now. I'm going to create basically the template for an enemy. So every enemy is going to have some speed, so we'll say put in speed, and we'll set it to about whatever. We'll let the actual monsters define it, we'll keep it default. So here we define our speed, let's define our health, and then let's define the amount of gems we drop. Within each enemy, we're going to have an attack method, so public void attack. Now, if you're familiar with the custom class section, we talk about virtual methods and how inherited classes can override it. So essentially, if I want to create a new enemy, basically what I can do here is I can say public class will say moss giant, and that moss giant is going to inherit from enemy. And what that's going to allow me to do is basically call onto that attack method. So here, if I said void start this guy, I can basically say call the attack method, and that's going to call whatever is implemented here. And if it was virtual, then I can override it. For more on that, check out the section on class inheritance. Now, let's take a look at why we want to make this abstract. With abstract classes, we can force inheritance. Right now, it's optional for this moss giant to inherit enemy, and it's optional for me to use the attack method. Let's say I wanted my moss giant to force the implementation of this attack method. How can I do that? Well, I could do that using an abstract class. So here, I'm going to say public abstract class enemy that inherits model behavior. When I do that, I can no longer attach this script to a game object. Abstract classes cannot be instantiated. So here, I'm in camera. If I try and drag the enemy, it's going to say can't add script behavior enemy. The script class can't be abstract.
So that's okay, because we don't want to
only use this class through inheritance. So now I have public class moss giant inherit enemy. Now, why is that useful? Well, it's useful because now I'm creating a partial template that defines the enemy, and then it's up to the moss giant to figure out how it should work. What if I wanted my moss giant to be forced to implement its own attack method? Well, I could turn this into an abstract method by saying public abstract void attack. And by doing that, you're going to see here that my moss giant now has an error because it does not implement inherited abstract member. I must include that method. So inside of my moss giant here, I have to say public override void attack. And you'll see here that it's allowing me to override this implementation here and add a new one. Now you'll see here that it's also upset in the abstract method, and that's because abstract methods do not have implementations. So you remove these curly braces, and it's just initializing the signature of the function. So here we say public abstract void attack with parentheses and then a semicolon. That's to signify that the class inheriting us must implement this method. Another benefit of working with abstract classes is that we can have a shared combination of abstract members which force implementations, as well as virtual methods that contain implementations that can be shared and overridden. For example, let's say here that we created a virtual method for die. I would say void die. Let's say that dying is the exact same across every enemy, but across the attack board, they all have unique attacks. Well, what I can do here is I can fill out the implementation for dying, which is going to just destroy the object. And what I can do then is I can come over here into my moss giant, and I can implement and override that death method. So here I can say public override, and I would say void die. And what that's going to do is allow me to call the base implementation, which is going to destroy the object, but I could also include custom particles for when the moss giant dies. That's the benefit of working with abstract types.
Okay. That's kind of what we're interested in seeing. I think we want to make our rigid body movement abstract. Because we're not going to apply this to anything directly. It will always need a controller.
In this video, I'm going to go on to abstract classes in Unity, and I already did a video on interfaces, so if you haven't seen that, I'd check that out first. This is going to show some of the differences between the interface and the abstract class, and kind of where you should use an abstract class in place of an interface. So right now we have a click to damage script right here, damage on click, and this thing just checks to see when it does the raycast, when you click on something, if it has an I take damage implementing component. If it does, then that thing will take damage. And I take damage, if you forgot or haven't seen the other video, is right now just on a car and a barrel. So we have a car class that implements I take damage, so it'll take damage and health will go down, it'll destroy itself. The barrel implements it slightly differently and just destroys itself. So now I'm going to set up an abstract class instead of the interface and show kind of how that can be beneficial. So here I'll do create C# script, and we'll just call this damageable. I think that's good name, damageable. Now damageable is going to inherit from mono behavior, and it's going to be a class, but it's going to be abstract. So we'll put the abstract keyword here, clean up the formatting a little bit, and then we're going to add a public method called take damage. And that will take in an integer for the amount of damage. And then here we're going to decrease this thing's health. So health minus equals damage. Now we need to create a health variable, so do generate field with control enter. And then we'll do if health is less than or equal to 0, we'll destroy the game object. So here we're just killing the thing if its health ever gets down to 0. And now I want to make it so the health is adjustable. So I'm going to do serialize field, and we'll make a private int, and we'll call it max health. And now we're going to add in an awake method, so we'll do private void awake, and we'll do health equals max health. All right, get rid of these extra two using statements and that line at the end. We'll save, and then I'm gonna go over to my car script. So now my car, instead of having I take damage, we're gonna use and mono behavior. I guess we're gonna delete both those. We're gonna use damageable. There we go. So we've got that one set up, and we'll jump over to the barrel. And for the barrel, we'll also replace it with damageable. Now, we already have a little bit of a problem, and you can see it when we look here. It says that this method hides the inherited member. It's because we don't need to take damage on here anymore. Damage is done on the damageable, right? So we also don't need that here. And let's take another quick look at our damage on click script. Remember, this thing is looking for I take damage objects when we click. So since we don't have I take damage on anything anymore, this isn't going to work. Now there are two ways we could fix this. We could change this to be damageable. So we could do something like damageable equals get component damageable. This will work totally fine. There's another thing I just want to show though, because it's another easy change and it's something that you may end up doing a lot. We can go over to the abstract class and we can just implement the interface right there. So if we add the interface there, now it will actually work. So I can hit play, and then if I click on any one of these things, as soon as it starts, they should get destroyed. Now they're both getting destroyed because the health is set to 0 on them both. So we need to go into these two objects and actually pick a health value. So maybe we'll set the car to 3 clicks and we'll change the barrel to 2 clicks. So now I can hit play, and now they have some shared behavior. And this is kind of the difference between interfaces and abstract classes. Abstract classes usually implement some shared behavior, where interfaces are more used to define things that are interacted with the same way, but their behavior could be completely different. So another nice benefit though, if we look at our spawn damage taker that we saw in...
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this. Oh, abstract. So because we're doing fixed update here and we're doing fixed update here, that's why it's breaking. Where's our fixed update here? So really we want to do base.fixed update. No? Due to its protection level, right. Right, that's fine. I can go. I can go. I can go. I'm just going to clear up some of these tabs because we don't need them anymore. So this is now protected. Fixed update. And then that should be alright, right? Yep. It's hiding it, but we're doing the base. Override we need. No? Virtual. I've definitely done something wrong here. Actually, we don't. Do we need fixed update at all here? We shouldn't really be. I don't think we should do fixed update here at all. Sorry, this is gonna go. We're gonna go back to what we had. Because actually, whenever we set velocity here, we are setting it to 0 when we say 0. And again, I think we can get rid of all this as well. Yeah, I think this should just be set x velocity to this. In which case, current velocity goes completely. Right. Now, does an abstract inherited fixed update run? Here's the question. Let's have a little go. We're nearing a stopping point though. I think we're going to get this up and running, and then we might wrap up stream. Yes, okay, that looks good. That doesn't look good. What happened? Okay, let's tidy up some stuff here because there's a lot going on that isn't needed anymore. Right, let's just see what happens here. So if we watch our character gravity scale, and this is where the interesting thing is going to happen. So it should jump to 3 initially, if we haven't changed our values too much. Why is it 0? Let's just pause this a second. Right, we're going to give this a test. And we're going to do a quick bathroom break. Why is this not setting the gravity scale? .43. Why would it be 3.43? Oh, because I messed around with the figures, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So we got a full multiplier first. Why? Ah, I see. This should be character stats full multiplier. We don't care about this anymore. I think that was it. And that's why a full multiplier wasn't having an effect. So gravity is 0. What can we do? We can manually move our character down. Okay, we're grounded now. Yep. Yeah, there we go. This is why it's less than. It needs to be less than, because otherwise we do it all the time, even when we're stationary. Right, we're going to restart this. Ooh. Cool. Right. And then what were we using originally? We were using 2.5. Is it that way around? Let's have a look at our preverbs. We were using full multiplier of 2.5, break strength of 2, and gravity 3. Yeah. So this is the same as what we've got in our normal game. We've got different jump power though. That's why it feels weird. What was our jump power? Where's our precaps? Here we go. Jump power 15? That can't be right. That won't be the same. Oh, wait. So let's do, how do we get to 15? We'll do 3, 5, and 1. No, 5 and 1. Wait, what? No, that wasn't what we had before. We had a player, that's why. Our player one was jump power 20. That's what we're looking for. So 5, 2, and 2 will give us 20. Yeah, that feels more like the player. Sweet. Let's save these values. And yeah, we're going to do another 5-ish minute break. Let's do be right back screen on there. maybe 10. Let's take a 10-minute break. Proper refocus. All right, back in a bit. Alright, we're back. And let's see where we're up to. Right, I think what we got to was basically got a character controller back to where we were with the original code, but much better layout, I think. Now let's have a little test around and just double check. I think what we're going to do, we're just going to tidy up the code here now. We're probably going to tweak some of these values, but these are okay for the moment. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that and that. And this. And this. All the logs. All the logs are gone. Right, so that's set up. That's that. Yoshi's Story. I was like, what was this? Is this Yoshi's Story? Or was it just a standard Mario one? I can't remember. Okay, apply force, set velocity X and Y, apply air brake. Full multiplier is handled within this. Helps if I spell get the right air brake. Right, this is for testing. So to do remove testing updates. Let's just call this updater. And actually, let's put it at the bottom so I know to get rid of it. And I know it's definitely that bit. Right, then in our character controller, all nice and simple really. It's let's get rid of these for the moment because we're not using them yet. They're quite easy to re-implement. So yeah, really nice and simple here. On start, we've got a character control enabled and we run the start stuff in base class here. We can move character, we can start a jump. We can't access the jump because that is from here, but we can access the stop jump, which is when we let go of our jump. And then in our player controller, we've just got these two so far. And then this we need to figure out is how we check these. But yeah, I'm quite happy with the state that we've got for all of those. So let's just do one more quick test, and what I want to do is like spam the jump button and just double check that we can't break things just by like spamming inputs. So 3, 630. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's breaking really. There are some odd values being shown up, but I think that's just as it's ramping up to the correct gravity scale, because it doesn't immediately change to SR 2.5. Cool. And down we go. Nice. Right. With that, I think we're going to wrap up there. I might be on a bit later to do a pixel art stream, or maybe even some Dome Keeper or something. But no promises. If not, then yeah, I'm going to play around a bit with the streaming schedule this week. I want to settle on something that's going to work properly for me. I feel like doing Monday and Tuesday is like a full day of game dev and then a full night of game streams. A little bit much. So I might reconsider that schedule. And just figure out how to settle on that. So might be doing some other streaming during the week. I can't really confirm, but we'll stick to the Sunday night stream at 9 o'clock. So that'll be the guaranteed next one. Thanks everyone who's dropped in to chat and lurk and follow and all those good things. Hope it's been interesting. I feel like we're getting closer with a strong, stable character controller. And hopefully it shouldn't be too difficult to get this character selector working quite well. Just swap out different characters. We've only got the kings and queens at the moment, but I can't see that being too big a deal. It should be quite easy to swap these around. But yeah, thanks everyone who's joined in, and catch you next time. Have a good week. See ya.